Hello there. Hi guys, Dread Mechanic here. Once again, back for some more ridiculous mech building nonsense. So, how is everybody today? Can we all hear me and see me properly? Everything looks like it's on green. My internet is apparently working nicely, at least for the moment. So, where did we get up to last time? We were building this ridiculous contraption behind me. But before I start, I'm going to put the game music back on. At least a little bit. Because I was recording some stuff the other day and I turned it off and I always forget to turn it back on. Right, so what were we doing? We were building Sahelanthropus, or I think that's how you pronounce it. Last time we got as far as making the front of him. Still got a lot of space in the back. Still need to do a bit of figuring stuff out, like power sources and things. These batteries are going to run out imminently. So we need to figure out where we're going to put a reactor or something. But at least his balancing controls and turning controls worked. Yeah, they still work. So we can walk forwards nicely. And we can turn left and right. Oh, hang on. I think I messed around with this one's balance controls a little bit. Yes, I did. That one. There we go, that's the right one. Right, so we got as far as that. We did a walk cycle. We only did the forward walk cycle and we didn't set up any of the resets either, so let's get rid of him. He was our test dummy from the end of the last one. And this was the one we were working on. Fantastic. Right, let's have a look inside here. Walk cycle rotor. I think I actually want to turn that down a little bit. I think he was walking a little bit too quickly. I think I need to adjust some of the settings on his legs. You're a bit jiggly, aren't you? And there, 7.5. Is that the same speed as everything else? 7. 7. Might need to slow that. Yeah, let's slow that down a bit actually. There's a fine line to get the well, it's not actually too bad. You know, actually, we're ignore doing the walking tweaks for now. We'll fix that later. What I really need to do... Oh, hey, Great Null. How are you doing, man? I'm good. I'm just messing around with some more robot stuff. Did we set up the start and reset bits? We put the timers in place, but we didn't set up any of the controls for it. Sweet. Okay. Let's have a look inside Zeke to see what I did with him. Start and reset. There's the ones that we want. Oh, there's loads of settings on them that I never actually changed. Oh no, it's just that one. That's fine then. Yeah, well, feeling a tad under the weather, but nothing bad. To be honest, great and all, I haven't been feeling 100% recently. I've not been particularly healthy last week or two, but my sympathies are with you. It's not great when you're feeling ill. So walk reset is going to really? Walk start. Have I missed something on that one? Sure, I've set that up wrong. But maybe not. Let's have a look at yours. You don't have... Oh no, yes you do. Yes you do. Right, we'll use yours. I'm certain I've missed blocks out of here. Yeah, cheers, great and all. Like I said, I've not been massively ill, I've just not felt particularly 100%. But other than that, I'm alright. Walk, return, forward, forward, reverse, reverse, return, 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 return. Okay, maybe I'm remembering something else. I'm thinking of it a different way. So, walk, start and reset, because we want these legs to go back to where they... Well, we want them to centre themselves, so they're not just spread eagle like they are currently. So, when we stop and reset... That's the one, isn't it? Yes, yeah. Yeah, so they walk forward. Control. That's that. Maybe that. And then we need to put those timers into here. So when it starts walking, it'll start, and when it stops walking, it will reset. And then we'll have the walk rotor turn on and off. There we go, and do it that way. The forward walk cycle still works. Right, so walk reset. When we want that, when it stops, we want it to walk light, which one's which? Forward, walk light, maybe those two. We'll have them both turn on. In fact, we'll set them up with failsafe so they definitely turn on. So it'll flick them all off, it'll flick them all back on again, so it'll reset it to that position. Then, next thing we want to do is we want to turn stuff off. So let's go to the next page. Forwards, we want to turn off all of this stuff, I think. Yeah, so we'll turn that off, we'll turn that off, because they're going to get turned on and off by the forward controls anyway. Turn them off, and them off, and them, so that they don't interfere with anything. Oh, hey AJ, how you doing, man? Hello UK Jamie. How you doing too? So turn all that off, turn all that off. The rotor's going to stop anyway, because it's got a command to do that. And then we just need to figure out what angles we want the leg to rotate back to. So if I tap forwards, it'll walk, and if I let go, it does that weird stuff, so the leg stops in a stupid position. But if I press forwards, it does that. Ah! Yes, walk start. That's why we need to sort that out. So, walk start. All we really need to do is make sure these two lights are in the correct position. So we'll have one on, we'll have one turn off. So when I hit forwards, yeah. Okay, I've screwed something up here. What's going on in here? What have I got going on in this control? So that turns that on, that turns that on and off, on and off. Ah, I think I'm not turning the return controllers back on again. That's probably what's happening. So we have a look at that one. What's that doing? That is doing our walk lights, that is turning that off, that is turning that on, that's turning that on, and it's not turning on the return controls. That's why. So walk, forward, return. Let's turn them on and off as well, so that's fail-safe. And turn on and off. Oh, actually, what am I doing? Maybe we should do this slightly differently. I'm always refining the way that I do these things, and I've got a slightly better way of doing this now since a couple of weeks ago when I started this project, so these controls seem a little bit redundant to me now. Hang on. Let me get one of my new spiders I've been working on. What did I call it? Huntsman. There we go. Let's grab that. Because you have a control system that might be useful to play with right now. Although... Oh, I've just got my antenna turned off as always. Doing terrible, been suffering with a toothache for the past few days. I've been taking paracetamol and ibuprofen, still not split persists. Oh, Jamie, my sympathies are with you. I absolutely hate toothache. It is a terrible, terrible thing to have to deal with. Walk cycle, reset and start. Right. I think these are the new way I've been doing things. Yep. That's the way that makes more bloody sense. So that turns that on, and that turns that on, and then the leg controls don't actually need to turn off ever. the forward ones, which are operated by that controller. Yeah, okay, fine. Messed some stuff up in there as well. We'll deal with that later. Right, let's try doing this a different way then. So, walk, reset. Let's do this differently. Let's get rid of all of this. Only going to make life more difficult. Let's turn... They're going to stay off. Let's turn them back on. Turn them back on. We'll just have the starts of the walk cycles turn off. That'll be a little bit better. So, walk forward control. Let's do you differently. Turn that off. Walk forward. Turn you on and off, and you on and off. We'll put that back to normal. Yeah, we'll do it that way. So then we'll have start and we'll have reset. What's worse, the pain around the ear to cheek and something left side of the face? Yeah, it's absolutely horrible, Jamie. Toothache's absolutely hideous. I can't stand it. Like, a lot of the time it's the other kinds of pain involved that make it worse, like the aches and all that kind of crap. Like, oh, I'm so sorry for you, man. It's not nice. All I can suggest is lots of painkillers and a bit of patience. So that's that. That's that. Do that, and we'll do that again. So let's have a look at these. Reset. So we're going to do this differently. We're going to turn all of that off, and then we're going to have the warp. So, which one was it? Let's just paste you back in again. Boing. Bouncy spider. Walk. Reset. What do we do with that? Yes, it was just all the cycle stuff, because that makes the most sense to turn off more than anything else. Definitely gone. So... When that turns off, we will have the walk cycle stuff turn off too, so that and is it just those two? Yeah, just those two. That can stop, and that can turn off, and that can stop as well. When we start again, we will set those up. And skip to the next page anyway. Will I be making the Shadow Hog from Metal Gear 3? Probably, at some point. There's lots and lots and lots of mechs that I'd like to build, so... yeah, probably. I can't guarantee it, but I also won't say no, because I like building all sorts of stuff. So the cycles can turn back on, the cycle timer can turn back on, but we won't trigger it, because that's what the rotor does. Right, so if I hit the W key, we walk forwards, and if I let go, it just does that. Legs reset. But it has now turned off all of the All of the cycle stuff is now off. Fantastic. Right, that's the more sensible way of doing it. It causes less problems. Groovy. Right. So, when we... What about MechWarrior mechs? Maybe. I have a bit of a, I'm not a big fan of MechWarrior. I like all the lore and the mech designs and stuff. The gameplay itself drives me up the wall. So I might do some MechWarrior stuff. I might have to try and force myself to get into MechWarrior a bit more. I've tried it once, but... Well, I've tried it a couple of times, but last time I tried it... Oh, I kind of rage quit before I even finished getting the tutorial done. It was driving me nuts. I don't know why the robots in that game steer like a tank from the 1940s. I really don't. It's supposed to be set in the year 3000. And robots can't walk sideways. I don't know why. But yeah, I might do MechWarrior stuff eventually. Right, so the next thing I'm probably going to do, next thing I'm going to want to do, is work out the angles those feet want to be on. Now, I'm going to probably have to use rotate 2 actions, which is going to mess with my limits, because these all rotate 2. Yeah, they all rotate to particular angles. And then when it starts again, it sets all the angles again. Right, so we need to do that. And that is boring. It needs to be done. You love the designs of the mechs. Haven't played a MechWarrior game since 2. Last one I tried was MechWarrior 5 Mercenaries, I think it's called. Got a really good premise, got a really good setup, but the robots themselves handle like a character from a Resident Evil game from the 90s. I really did not enjoy the control scheme. It felt like that game is set up for a HOTAS control, like a flight simulator, but which I have a HOTAS setup, but trying to operate a mech with a flight stick simulator seems like a really counterintuitive idea. I really didn't enjoy having to move forward and backwards using a throttle toggle. That got a bit awkward. But yeah, that's just my personal gripes with it. I know a lot of people enjoy those games. I'm in the minority. So when we walk start, we are going to want to set up some leg angles. It's going to be the leg rotors and the 2 ankle rotors. Because the knees can probably stay in the position they're in, we don't really need to change them. So these first 4 hinges we can ignore. In fact, no, it's those 2 and those 2 we can ignore. I need to use these ones. Right, so I've got leg hinge, that one. Current limit is -5, so we'll set that to -5. What's its upper limit? It's not the braking torque, the upper limit. 32. Set upper limit. 32. Which means that'll be exactly the same, won't it? Yeah, -5. Wrong button, -5. Set lower limits, there we go. It was 32, wasn't it? Yeah, 32. Right, so when we start walking, those hinges will reset back to those limits. And do the same with the rotors. So what we've got, lower limit for that rotor is, it'll probably be the exact same angles, I would imagine. Similar angles. I don't want it there though, I want a bit of separation so I can see them a little better. So, -5. What is your upper limit? 32, I thought so. Set upper limit, 32, and then the other leg will probably be the opposite. Yep. Because it's the other way around, so set lower limit, -32, and set upper limit, 5 degrees. Right, so that is the reset controls for the legs. Cool. Oh no, it's not screwed something up there. That right foot is not behaving properly. What have I done with that? I've set both your angles to the same thing, that's why. Walk. There's a W at the beginning. Be easier. Walk resets. Not reset. Walk start. Dumbass. I set the upper and lower limits on the right leg to the same thing, didn't I? Leg hinge R04. What did I do to you? Yeah, that's the one I got wrong. Lower limit, -5. Could be that. Apparently not. Lower limit, -5. Oh, if I put 2 of the same command for the same hinge in there. Walk start. Oh, I've got 2 set lower limit commands, that's why. Idiots. Leg hinge, R04, upper limit is 32. Now, have we got it right? There we go, we've got it right again. Bum, 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 bum. There's also a few little things I'd like to change. I want to... Where is it? Forward, forward, forward. I want to change these. So they're currently going a little bit quick. I think I can actually make them the walk cycle a little bit better if I slow them down. So we How's it going at 7? It ends up setting it to 7.5. Well, it is 7.5. It's just not showing the decimal point on there. Fine. That'll be why. Walk forward. Leg rotor. Let's do it a little bit slower. So if we go -7 and 7, and then over here we have 7 and -7, so it's going to be the opposite way around. Yeah, it's a little bit smoother, there's not so much of a gap in there now. Yeah, that'll do for now. Okay, so we can figure out the angles we want to reset it back to then. Basically, I want these feet to be in line with the center of mass, which is more or less gonna be right where this big stalk in the middle is. Hey, let's figure out some angles then. You can go, you are old and outdated. We'll make a copy of you in case we seriously break anything. So I want this leg to come forwards a little bit. Yeah, clang, clang, clang. Ooh, 10 degrees isn't far off actually. Let's do -15. 15 might be a little bit too far. Make that 15 degrees so it matches. Well, that's pretty close. Okay, let's call it 12. And 12. No, 15 might have been better actually. Do it a little bit at a time until we get something nice. So that'll be 13. I'm going to end up going back to 15, aren't I? Call it 14. 1 degree up there makes a big difference down here. There you go, 14 degrees. I'm kind of happy with that. Okay, so they will be positive 14. And they will be minus 14, which is positive 346. Yeah. Because the rotate to angle function gets a bit moody when you use negative values, so I'll need to work out that. I think it's 346. Groovy, so that's for minus 14, then that one gets to be positive 14. And that would get to be positive 14 as well. We are going to hang a load of stuff off the back of him, so that'll counterbalance him a little bit better. Yeah, I think that should be about right. With those negative values, the rotate angle action gets a little bit moody when you do that, so yeah, you need to use positive values, otherwise it'll start spinning your legs in weird ways. Yeah, reset. What do we do here? Forget, there's no labels for anything. I can't tell what anything is. Oh well. We will just have to work it out. So, walk, let's spell it right, reset. When, oh, in fact, so yeah, if I press the forward button, that sets the limits back to normal, so we can walk away again. Then we'll stop, it does that. So that still works fine, that's groovy. So when we reset these controls, it turns the lights in the cabin back on. It turns off the walk cycle controls. And then these leg bits need resetting. So the left ankle will be rotate angle. Hang on, how velocity is that on actually? How quickly is that moving? 750. Oh, I might need to change that as well. I'll just make the reset speed 7. No, it doesn't really matter all that much. As long as they're roughly the same. So, leg rotor L04 can rotate to angle 14 degrees at 7 RPM. Oh! Hello, tiny cat. You nearly bailed that then. Come on. On me lap. There you go. Right, we are joined by my tiniest of cats. She feels the need for some attention seeking. Right, so then that one can do the same thing. So we rotate to angle 14 degrees at 7 RPM. And the other ones, they got complicated, weren't they? I've forgotten already what was what. Right side rotates to -14. Shut up, attention seeker, I'm too busy. Right, so the right side does -14, which is going to be positive 346. So it's hopefully going to work. Hopefully. Because if you try and use negative values, and you leave the rotate to angle control on the auto function, usually it automatically tries to rotate clockwise, so counting upwards from 1 to 360, which can end up spinning your rotor the completely wrong way around, and if you're using it to do something like legs, it means your mech will start doing the splits for mysterious reasons. And I worked out that it was all because of the rotate to angle function and the way it actually works. So for the left side, we can rotate to angle 14 degrees at 7 RPM in whatever direction we like. That is fine. This side, we have to rotate to angle 346 degrees at 7 RPM. I think auto should be fine as well. So if I tap the forward control, oop, we got halfway there. Why did that leg do weird stuff then? Why are you misbehaving? Oh, right. Yeah. Because there's controls that are messing around with the knees. Yeah. So I need to put the knees into the reset control as well. Fine, we'll do that. So, leg rotors. It would be the knee hinges, which are 0, 2 and 0, 3 on either side. They are moving at 10 RPM. And they need to be set to minus velocities to be extended. Yeah, alright, okay. Reset leg. So we will set the velocity on that to minus 10, set the velocity on that one to also be minus 10, and then we'll do the same for these two as well. So, velocity minus 10, velocity minus 10, and if I tap that control, it always goes back to the default position. I'll let go. There we go. No more screwing around and sticking in weird places. They reset every time. Okay. That seems to be working alright. Means there's a few changes I need to make to Zeke, because he's got a bit of an issue with his legs doing weird stuff, and I think it's because I've turned off the wrong controllers in the wrong order. Because yeah, he has a habit of doing that, where his front leg doesn't unfurl properly. So yeah, I think he's using an older system. So I'll have to change that, but test. We'll call it test. Easy to find then. Balance control, bum. That one. Test. Chop all of that out. Standing up straight. That's fine by me. He's not fallen over. That's a good sign. Yeah, now we can still turn and just about slide on those block feet. The magical, indestructible block feet. Yeah, and then we can walk around. When we stop, he just stops and stands still, and the AI control kicks in. Makes him balance. Yeah. Groovy. Fantastic. Right, that works. I'm happy with that. We'll reverse controls. We need to do that realistically. The walk controls all boxed off, and then we can think about greebling and building some cool weapons, and actually sorting out his arms. Probably going to be the next thing to do, but let's do these reverse controls first. So we've got a reverse thruster, that's all set up, What did we do with the forward one? First thing we did was reverse control off, so That can be that. Forward control. Where is it? That one. Oh, we've already done that. Oh, I was already sensible enough to set that stuff up beforehand. Fantastic. Right, in that case, we can turn those on and off. Then it's walk start and walk reset again, and then it's the walk rotor. Fantastic. Right. Groovy. That one. So that and that. That's off. They're on. Walk. Start. Walk. Reset. Walk rotor. On and off. So if I hit the reverse control, it will set up, but there are no controls programmed yet. So it won't actually do anything. But it will set it up, and it will return. And then we can switch the forward controls by pressing the W key. Oh, what's that, UK Jeremy? You find it weird they gave the MGS Phantom Pain gear a flamethrower in between its legs? As far as I know, all the Metal Gears have a strange little phallic penis gun type thing. Every single one of them, every design I've looked at, they all have some kind of weapon between their legs. Even Sahelanthropus does as well, which I have yet to finish building. His is actually even more elaborate than most of them. From looking at all of the reference pictures, he's actually got the biggest crotch gun of the lot. At least the ones I've looked at recently. So, yeah, Jamie, it is of no surprise to me that Phantom Pain has got his own penis gun. They all seem to have them. Mr. Kojima is a bit of a weird dude after all, so it doesn't surprise me. He's a very eccentric guy. Maybe he likes his robots to be anatomically correct. Right, so, reverse controls. What do we want to do for the reverse controls? We want to basically do the opposite, or something opposite. In fact, it should be. Yeah, because we've got digitigrade legs, it should be just the exact opposite of what we've done with the forward controls. It's just that stuff. We do need to set up different return controls though. No, I've got two sets of return controls. I need to work out what to do with them. They need to turn on and off too. Because they will interfere. Yeah, I might need to add them into here, actually. Almost certainly will. What did we do on the others? Walk, return, forwards. That's off. That's off. They are being controlled by this controller. Yes, they are. Right. That'll be probably also part of the problem with him, but whatever. We do need to turn those two separate controls off though, so we're going to have to do it. Let's move everything along. 2. Right. Move it all along a bit. So, start, reset, we'll put there. Walk cycle on and off. We'll move there instead. Take them out. Have forward return controls, turn on and off, and on and off. Yeah, because I've set all the rotors and hinges up to return anyway. That doesn't really make much of a difference. Why is that clanging? Okay, that's fine. I definitely need to redo some of the control setups for the other Metal Gears. Because you'll work on an idea for a long time and think this works great, and then you'll figure out something else and go, actually, this works slightly better. And then you'll want to go back and you'll want to rebuild everything else. Or at least you will if you're as OCD as I am about these things. It drives me mad when I've got all different mechs working on different systems. I'm trying to come up with a more unified way of doing this for a long time. I'm getting closer to it though. So walk start, walk reset, walk cycle rotor on and off, delete them. Walk reverse return can go on and off, and on and off. Right, that should solve whatever problems that was going to cause. So we can now go to these two controls. First we'll have a look at this one as a little bit of a reference. So we do the rotors on the hips, the ankles, the knees, and that's it. Okay. Cool. Right, so these are going to be blocks switched on and off, and they are going to look at the walk lights. There we go. Left one for you. Block switched on and off. Walk light right for you. There we go. Bum 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 bum. Right then, so more complicated nonsense. So we are going to go -7 with the left one when the light turns on, and +7 when it turns back off. The ankles, I think. Yeah, I think that's going to be. I'll do them the same again. We get 7. -7. Right, let's give that a little bit of a test. If I hit the S key, get rid of the hood. Want to see my feet. Oh no, I've got the ankle the wrong way around. Yeah, I've got the ankle the wrong way round. I'm like an idiot. So, it's -7 and 7. Leg, hinge, L04, set velocity, 7. Set velocity, hang on. I'll get that right. These had labels. 7 and 7. Press the wrong button then. Yeah, there we go. So that bit's working correctly. Oh, actually, no. I did want it to have that half of RPM extra so that the foot pitches slightly quicker, meaning that the back of it digs into the voxels a little bit more. Where was it? That one. Let's change that to -7.5. Minus 7.5 and positive 7.5. Yeah, that's fine. Right, so when the rotor moves backwards, which is a positive velocity for this side, we want the leg hinges in the knees we want them to, I think, do 10, and we'll do -10, and we'll do 10, and we'll do -10. Ooh, wrong button, and if it doesn't look right, we've got it the wrong way around. Yeah, that's the one. We want the leg to lift up as it moves backwards. Then when it gets to there, it'll drop back down again. Right, that's the bits for the left leg sorted. Let's do the right leg. Right leg. Set you up, you're all good. You will be mostly the opposite way around to the left leg, so you are going to be set velocity 7, set velocity -7. The ankle will be the same way around though, because it's a hinge, so -7.5 and positive 7.5. Go. That right leg is moving in the correct orientation. Fantastic. Leg hinge. Do. So what did we say? It was. We said it was positive and then negative. Positive and negative value. There we go, the legs move in the correct orientation. Now we just need to do the return controls to bring them back down again. So for the front, what did we do at the front? We are looking at the hip rotors. And it gets to 30 degrees, which is 2 degrees before the end of its cycle. Right, okay. So for left leg return, you will want angle changed, leg rotor left. So that one will want not block added. Angle changed. And on the right, so we've got that one is greater than 30, so the other one will be less than. Oop, hang on. Less than -3. It's 5 at the minute, so we'll do that. Means that'll be the opposite, and that'll be greater than 3. Oh, hey, Bipolar Gaming, what's up, man? How are you doing? Right, so when those two things get triggered, we want to drop these knees back in, because I put the hinges on the wrong way round when I was building it. It's actually a negative value rather than a positive one. So we're going to say set velocity to 15 and set velocity to 15. Do the same with this side. Leg, rotors 2 and 3 will be 15 and 15. And if I hit backwards, it did not work correctly. What am I missing there? Oh, I didn't set any angles, did I? I did not. Or did I? Yes, I did. I did set angles. Oh, I haven't set them up to turn back on, I don't think. Maybe. Working on a NX class respawn ship. That's how bored you are. Oh. Better than doing nothing. I've been working on a respawn mech recently. For my MES mod that I'm tinkering around with. So I forgot to put controls in here. Turn on and off. No, they're both on. Okay. Fine. Turn that on. Just do it all the manual way. Do some troubleshooting. Turn that on, turn that on, turn that on. Look at that. Want all the reverse controls on, thank you very much. Why aren't you working? Reverse left. Oh, hang on, I think I've gotten my numbers wrong, haven't I? Let's try that a different way. Leg, rotors, L0, 2 and 3. Oh, hang on. Yeah, I'm an idiot. I got the numbers the wrong way round. I got the numbers the wrong way round. Or not. Okay. What are you doing? Strange. Yeah, I just got the numbers the wrong way round. It's fine. I know what I've done wrong. Leg hinges. There we go. Set velocity minus 15. Yeah, I typed in positive numbers instead of minus numbers because I'm an idiot. Minus 15. There we go. Everything's behaving properly now. Fantastic. Right. Nope. So we can now walk forwards. When we hit the W key, it resets to the middle. And we can walk backwards. Cool. Right. Let's give that little test. Get rid of him. He is outdated. He is up to date. Black test again, because I need to change the name of that one. Do. Where are we? There we are. Let's get rid of all of that. Balance control. Where are you? There you are. Test. Right, we are aligned to the correct one. So we can walk forwards. We can turn left and right. How's that reverse walking working? That's not too bad. Groovy. Right, that'll do me. For now, at least. Cool, that is the basic walk controls sorted out. So you can now walk, and he can turn, and he can do all that kind of jazz. Don't need that anymore, because we have a control seat now. Right. So I think it's time to do a little bit of greebling, a little bit more design work. I want to get his arms finished. Or at least built. Do here. Let's have a look at, not that, because I've assigned the wrong thing from last time. I have got some reference pictures there to play with. Right. Doesn't even need to be open anymore. Okay. Hang on a second, guys. Just bear with me while I peruse some of these pictures. Right, okay. His arms look like that. Let's copy that. One block on the bottom. It's got one block on the bottom. If I take that out, get rid of that. Pop that. Around that hinge. Of course, I've pasted on the wrong bloody way around. There we go. So that is 7 blocks. That's fine. That's 7 blocks. Groovy. Right. That's fine by me. Okay, let's add a hinge head back into there. We need something for the elbow joint. And the rest of his arm's got a weird bendy kink in it. Pitch that forward a little bit, and let's pitch that forward a little bit. There we go. What can we do with his arm? Right, I'll work on this side first, because... we haven't set that up. Let's set that up. What have we done here? 20 and 20. Cool. We'll just copy all of that then for now. Copy, paste. All that. Right shoulder. Reverse that back out. Arm hinge, left shoulder. May as well set some of this stuff up now. All that. Put that onto there. Really? Fantastic. Right, what can we do about this arm? I'm going to connect onto there. So the first thing we're going to need is a converter. Yeah, I'll just put that on like that for now. Is there any kind of way I could... I can't really build a 45-degree bend into it nicely. What's that? Bipolar? You notice I make a lot of my mechs walk with animal back legs. I can do humanoid legs. Humanoid legs are actually a bit more difficult to do, because of the way that humanoid legs function. They have a tendency to drag the front of their feet when they're walking, which is why I tend to stick to digitigrade legs. They're a bit easier to work with. But I do like more humanoid bipeds on occasion. Where is one? My more humanoid ones. Yeah, he's got human legs. But yeah, I find with humanoid legs, they're a little bit trickier because you get the issues of toes dragging along the floor as they're walking. So I often have to build in a system where the feet will lift up. Turn the walk controls on. Yeah, I do them. They're just a little bit tricky. You've got slightly less to work with. What's that? The legs on them? Yeah, the legs on them will shake because of the velocity. But when they've got all their weight on the ground, they're not too bad actually. Get rid of them. So yeah, I don't really worry too much about the leg jiggle when they're strung up like this. Once they've got all the mass on them, they're not too bad. So, let's have a look at arm designs. Now he's got like a 30-degree bend in his arm, and I'm not going to be able to replicate that properly. It's going to be quite tricky to do. Oh, that was all attached to each other. Yeah, snag it. Take that out the middle, who cares? Bum. 1, 2, that's the one. Put that there, put that there. It'll be like a rough kind of guideline for the moment. Look at that picture I've got. Yeah, once I put a hinge on the end of that, it wouldn't be too bad. Hello, DC Andy. You actually tried that thing before, but couldn't learn the controls properly. Do you mean Mech Warrior by any chance? Because I really wanted to like that game so much, and the control scheme in it just had me pulling my hair out within about 5 minutes. Yeah, I'm gonna try and get back into it again. Building droids to work properly is a serious, complex thing to get to work. Yeah, it is. There's a lot of elements that go into it. There's all sorts of things that go into it. It can be a bit daunting trying to do a mech building for a new player, because there is a lot of stuff you've got to think about. God, I didn't even finish off the back of his legs, did I? They're all still wide open. There's loads of detailing. Right, so here we go with that. Now he's got little hands. I need to think about that as well. No, let's just nick one of them. Just do this the quick and lazy way, and I'll just throw some bits together. Because sometimes it's difficult to know where to start, and I find if I just throw blocks in, I mentioned this before, if I just throw blocks in, I can kind of figure out what's wrong by looking at it. Whereas if you're just looking at empty space trying to visualize it, it can be a little bit trickier. Right. What can we do? How can we do this? Where's that other picture? Not there. Damn it. Bear with me a second. I'll find a few more of my reference pictures. There we go. Ah. That's a good one. Ah, there we go. That's a really good one. Okay. Actually, maybe, possibly. I could do these arms a little bit differently. Oh, these ones can only walk without falling over as well as they do these days, because I've been developing this ridiculous little balance control system. So the AI blocks do all the work for me these days. Don't really have to worry about centre of mass a whole lot now. So I've got a nice little way of the AI blocks doing it for us. What else is that you're saying? Bipolar, a lot bigger than yours. Yeah, I like to make small droids as well. But with the block size in SE1, you can only go so small before you physically can't fit in the blocks you need anymore. And because I like to do it all vanilla, I need quite a few logic blocks rather than a single programmable block to handle all the controls for us. In fact, I've got some more of these. Where are they? I made tiny mechs. Slingshot. Not that one. That one's pretty small. Where was it? A tiny little roaming one. Oh, I've not blueprinted them yet. I don't think. Oh no, I have. There it is. Elvera. There it is. Like, this thing is about as small as I've been able to get a functioning multi-pad with all the bits in it that I need. AI blocks are put in. Oh, I only put those in. Yeah, not sure why it's not walking. So I get back to building this one. Why are you not walking though? You should be walking. Oh, whatever. He's still a work in progress anyway. What's that about Stormtrooper droid? You having issues with it falling over? I mean, if it's a small thing, like one of my scrap walker designs, if it's something small, like even slightly bigger than this is fine. A lot of the time, just to keep things upright, you only really need to have a single gyroscope on a subgrid with the gyro on override and the rotor on shear inertia tensor, and that's usually more than enough to keep things from tipping over, at least. Because he's got that gyro override to try and center him and fight against the tipping point. Whereas if I turn that gyro off override, he is now a tippy, wobbly kind of mess. He's very erratic and flappy. Put that back on. He's a lot more stable, so even something as simple as that can help keep your mechs upright and stop them falling over. Yeah, literally just try that, dude. Like, as a basic starting point, just try something like that. Stick that on your droid somewhere, and that might help. Bipeds are always a bit of a pain in the ass because you really need to think about your center of gravity, center of mass, when you're building bipeds, because they haven't got the natural spread footprint of a multi-pad. Like, he doesn't need to worry about tipping over because there's not much to make him tip over because his legs are spread so wide. Whereas any of these guys is very susceptible to it. Right, let's have a look at this arm design. Let's try something different. I'm going to put all of them off. Reverse that back. And we're going to build the arm out from here rather than building out from there. Actually, in fact, I'll do it. What's that? The mech I demonstrated, the red shoulders are a lot bigger in the upper body than your Stormtrooper droid. Yeah, well, you only need the space for a single rotor somewhere. The Scrapwalker is quite bulky in the shoulders, but yeah, like I said, a single rotor and a single gyro, particularly on a small droid. One gyro will probably be more than enough to help them balance. Is trying to build one of these AI balance control systems onto a very small droid. Probably not going to be feasible. So yeah, I'd just try a single rotor with a override gyro on it. So we do that like that. That can be 1, 2, 3. I can still be 3 blocks thick. Pointing out that way instead. Yeah. Yeah, we'll do it that way. We'll do it that way. Just for a little bit. of a change. And to do it a little bit differently. Put that on there and that on there as just a little bit of extra conveying. Bum 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 bum. Go there. So what did we decide? Oh yeah, we'll just go with 7 because I like odd numbers. Odd numbers are easier to work with. Yeah. Yeah, and then we could... Could have one of them on the other end, potentially. To connect up to... I think I'll just put his hands on a single hinge. Rather than a rotor as well. Or maybe not, hang on, let's have a look. What screen am I looking at? I'm looking at that one. I do use some thrusters. The only thrusters I use for these big ones is literally just to trigger the warp cycles, which is why I've got these ion thrusters in here, because ions will still function in atmosphere, but they will basically do nothing in terms of actually producing momentum, but they do produce enough output to trigger the event controllers that control everything. And it also means that the AI can use the thrusters as well to control the walk cycle in the same way. So there are little ion thrusters tucked away on all of these builds, but they are literally just there as a workaround for user input. I've got no thruster facing downwards. I do for the AI blocks, but they are not switched on. I don't use any down thrusters, or up thrusters rather, as like balance support or any of that. The only thrusters I do use inside the mechs, where are they? They are in here somewhere. Those ones. Oh yeah, there's one. They're tucked into there. Oh, I need to fix that bit because I've smacked something up there. Oh yeah, I cut stuff off, didn't I, the other day? Yeah, so I've got a couple of thrusters tucked away under there, and they are literally just to trick the AI blocks into thinking that they can fly upwards. And that's their only purpose. I don't use thrusters for much more than that. I mean, on the smaller ones, like this guy, if he was deciding to actually work, the thruster doubles as a little bit of additional forward thrust to help him up hills and stuff like that, but the bigger ones don't really need it. They usually have enough power and mass in them to to deal with most terrain on their own without the need for assistance. Do you want to do it that way? Still looks in proportion. Ish. Oh, actually, let's refer back to one of my armoured core designs. These hands. Oh, right, yeah, that's how I did them on them. That's why they look a little bit better. A little bit smaller. I did them like that. Oh yeah, I didn't put any, I didn't put a wrist hinge in there, did I? You know what, let's just have the rotor. Don't need the hinge, it's a little bit overkill. The arms are going to be doing most of the aiming anyway. Bum bum bum. Yeah, get rid of that. Okay. Oh, actually, I shouldn't have gotten rid of that. I want to have a look at his hands. Put you back. You can go. Would do something similar to that, because his hands have actually got a three-fingered design and a thumb. Yeah, Decisions. Well, let's just start throwing some blocks in, why not? Right. Right, so then it would need... oh, hang on, do we need anything to connect up? Wasn't Sahelanthropus though with giant ridiculous rifle? Oh no, he's got a giant ridiculous gun on his back, hasn't he? Yeah. Okay. In that case, we don't really need to worry about piping it up like we did with that. In that case, you know what, I might actually use something smaller and more discreet. I'm going to go with smaller and more discreet. I can probably actually put the hinge in there without it looking quite as chunky and ridiculous as it did before. I built that to connect up to stuff. I don't really need to worry about that with this. So we'll just kind of copy that for now, I think. Maybe change a few details. So what did we do? We did it 1, 2, 3 blocks long, beginning or the end of the hand there. So 1, 2, 3. And look at it this way around. I don't have to reverse things in my head then. There we go. Right. So that'll be like that. And then we'll have a bunch of hinges on the end of there. Cool, okay, I'm liking this. I've got an idea for me. What can we do to make this hand look a bit more robotic? Yeah, that was going to be 3 wide. Okay, so we'll do bit of mirror mode is what we'll do. But we put the mirror on in the wrong direction. That's where it divvy. There we go. That's the one. Build Optimus Prime and Megatron and get them to fight. I would like to build some Transformers at some point. I just keep getting distracted by other things. I've got so many half-built mech projects that I really need to finish. Yeah, so that'll be the basic kind of idea for the palm. And then what have we got? We've got wedge piece, somewhere to mount the thumb. Okay, let's do that with beam blocks then. Make it look a little bit more mechanical. Something like that. What do we do there? All funky angle blocks. Oh no, it's not funky angle blocks at all. It's just the slopes. That's fine. Let's not make my life easier. What you? The same way around. There we go. Makes more sense. Right, okay. Okay, cool. Right, Oh, right. Need to change a few things. So that can go there. That. Change to that. That can also change to that. That can be that and that. And then we have somewhere to mount a thumb just there. Okay, that's a bit better. I'm going to build the top of the hand and somewhere to mount the fingers. So what's that? Slope base, a couple of those blocks, and a load of cubes. Okay. So, a couple of them. One of them. And the rest of that is cubes. Let's use more, not scrap blocks, they're a bit too thin. Let's use some more of these beam blocks. Yeah, not too bad. Oh, hello, Rumia. You got mad skills. Just found your channel and saw a couple of your builds. It's crazy. Cheers, man. Thank you very much. Yeah, I like to build robots. I don't... For a game called Space Engineers, I don't do a lot of space stuff. I mostly screw around on planets building robots. I've said it before, as far as I'm concerned, this game may as well just be called Mech Engineers to me. Because there's no other game I know of, really, where I can build robots in this kind of fashion. There's plenty of mech-themed games out there where you can customize your robots, inverted commas. Basically, it's just like an armor equipment set up in any other RPG. It's not quite as fun as physically building your robot from scratch. Cool, so we're gonna have that there, that there, that there. Let's copy that thumb. And give him a thumb. You've got three fingers and a thumb. So we'll have another hinge there. And I might see if I can just be cheeky and steal that finger design. Because I did a lot of experimenting, and that's about as compact as I can get a finger on a hand, and it's pretty much about the right shape for this thing anyway, so yeah, I'm just going to do that. Can I paste that in there? Will you let me? Or no, of course you bloody won't. Let's fold you all the way in. Let's fold you a little bit out. Get in there yet? No. Ugh. Fine. I'll have to rebuild them all. I'll do it the painful way. Whatever. So that's that. And that. Oh, what's people saying? We should host mech war fights from time to time. I'd love to do more online stuff. I desperately need to sort out better internet connection before I do any more. Before I can do any sort of real multiplayer type stuff. My internet connection struggles really badly as it is with even the most basic of multiplayer servers at the moment, so I really need to upgrade my internet. But yeah, it is something I've considered. I mean, the Mech Engineers group, they do Dragofish and Eternal Colossus and that lot. They host mech tournaments from time to time. So if you're ever looking for a robot fight, it's usually a good place to start. Cool. And we'll call that Finger Hinge 1. Number 2. Number 3. Oh, hello, Methodox. Looks like you grew up to mech games, so this is cool to see. Thank you very much, man. Rumia, what you saying? Yeah, it took you 2 days to build a small drilling ship. Was pleased with it until... yeah, never feel jealous of someone else's building skills, man. I've been playing this game for a very long time. And a lot of it is just, ingrained knowledge of the game, like block knowledge. Once you've been playing it for ages and you know how all the pieces go together, your workflow will improve because you'll know how to slap stuff together a lot better. And a lot of the time it's just practice. Experiment with weird ideas, see what works, see what doesn't. I've done a lot of screwing around with this game over the years, and I have broken it in every way I can think of. And now I know all the things not to do. You know what? I'm just going to make the thumb look the same. Because it does pretty much look the same as all the rest of the fingers. So we'll just do that. We'll have that like that, I think. That way. Oh, hang on. Doesn't matter, because that hand's completely different. Yeah, we'll just do that. Copy those settings from there. Oh, that thing is the other way around. 45 then. Yeah, that's the one. Yeah, that'll do for a robot hand for me for the moment. Not too bad. Okay, let's try and copy that on this side. We got 1, 2, 3 of them. And then we had, was it one of those? And that was going to be 3 blocks wide. Those two go. They are going to get swapped for them. Yeah. Then the back of his hand was like that. We'll have 3 of them across there. Where's the block beam ends? Where are they? There they are. That can go there. That can go there. And then we've got, what have we got? We've got 3 hinges there. What was that hand like? Oh yeah. It was... Where are we? It was... one of those. Bum, 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 bum. One of those. And one of those. So they all join up nicely. And then for the bottom of the hand, that. And that. There we go. Cool. Alright, let's chuck that on there. That is all fine. That's not how you spell thumb. There we go. Thumb hinge. L01. They actually need to be named properly, so we'll have left 1, 2, and 3. Oh, hello. So that's 88B23. Yeah, these are some big boy mechs. They're not too bad. I've got bigger ones that are half finished. Oh, are there any I can spawn into this game that have no mods in them? They're going to be an issue. Can I spawn you? Probably not. Oh yes, I can. There we go. Do have bigger mechs than that one. If anything can fall off him. No, it works fine. Yeah, I've got that thing. I've still never finished it. Still only half works. But he's quite big. He can walk around and fly and stuff. In fact, let's have a look and see if he still works. I built this thing a long time ago when I was still transitioning between everything vanilla, so there's a few scripts and things in here. Manual walk controls. There we go. Yeah, and you can walk and move around. He's not quite as agile as some of my other mechs. He's a bit of an older design. But you can walk forwards and backwards. You do all that kind of stuff, but yeah, he's got weird bugs in his legs that do that. He's using an old system. Get rid of that. Let's put the sun back so I can see. There we go. What's that, bipolar? A lot of my builds are base size compared to... Oh, to your droids. Oh, cheers, man. You know, that Griffin one, it's an old project that I need to finish off. Oh, when you were watching me be 88, you were watching me build the spider stuff, were you? Oh, sound. That's cool. Right, let's finish off this guy's hands. So we've now got the wrong button. We've got a thumb hinge. Put a copy onto there. Let's build him a thumb with this hand. That's going like that. And then what have we got? We've got that. Do. And that. And do that. Yeah. Okay, that's cool. And then we will do these finger hinges. So we've got that, and then a couple of these half triangles. Really wish we could have more of these half shapes. I'd really love to have a half piece of that, like a cross section, straight down the middle. It'd be a lovely block to have. You know, just build the rest of the fingers and we'll sort out the hinges. That, and then what have we got? There it is. That, and that. Too close, and that. So that can be finger hinge R01. That can be R02. And that one can be R03. Groovy. Right, those look like hands. Fantastic. Yeah. Right, I need to think about the shape of these fucking arms. What am I gonna do? Armour these up nicely. Yeah, it's only 3-fingered hand, but from all the pictures I've got, it looks like he's only got 3 fingers on his hands anyway. Oh no, it looks like he's got 3 fingers and 2 thumbs on each hand. Yeah, on closer inspection, it looks like he's actually got a thumb mounted either side of here, rather than here. It's mounted there, just inset a bit from the fingers. Let's do that then. Let's change that up. I like this stuff to try and be as close as I can get it. Oop. Don't mean me. Yeah, it looks like he's got 2 thumbs on his hands. Like that. Let's do it like that instead then. Don't forget the fuel cells on the waist. Oh, there's so much detail and greebling and stuff that I need to do, Jamie. There's loads of it, so yeah, it won't be forgotten. I need to... there's loads of work that I need to do, and I need to finish the back of his legs for a start. They're still completely wide open. And so is his entire back. I need to figure out where I'm mounting this bloody shoulder cannon. Yeah, that looks more like it. Okay, I think we'll do that instead then. That looks better. Let's get rid of these bits. They're a little bit redundant. Do that. Put it on there, and we can copy. Ooh. Oh, you can have two thumbs then, seeing as you've got weird hands. So you can have thumb 1 and thumb 2. Oh yes, and I also, on the other hand design, I also offset them to make it look a little bit more. Yeah. Yeah, that looks more like the reference picture I've got. That's way better. Right, let's do the same on this side then. So we've got one there, and we've got one there. All vanilla or modified. There's a couple of mods. I've made a few of my own specifically for mech building. The main ones that I use is I've made a mod for small grid gyroscopes to double their strength, so that you don't need to pack in quite as many. That's one of the main mods that I use on these. That's on my Steam and mod.io pages if anyone wants them. And I've also made a mod to spawn rotor heads on the end of suspension blocks, so that I can build these little footpads. That again is available through my workshop pages. Those are the only two real core mods that I use for most of my big builds. I do have things like this guy here, who has got some modded thrusters that I made. I basically modded the fan thrusters to be as strong as the regular ones, so that this guy can walk around, but also fly if necessary. There we go. So they're just regular fan thrusters, but I changed the strength and I changed the colour of the flames, so that I can make flying mechs. Because the fan thrusters are great, they're really compact and really small, but the vanilla ones are just a little bit too weak a lot of the time. Even with my modded versions of them, they're still a little bit weak. Yeah, those are the main mods that I use, and they're all homegrown. Oop. And he fell over. Oh well. But he's got a balance control system in it, and all the one, so he will stand himself back up if he falls over. As you can see there. Do. And yeah, he's mostly back on his feet now. Oh yeah, that's all that arm movement stuff, that is all just event controllers. This guy, and like 3 other variants of him, are on my mod.io and Steam pages, if anybody wants them. And he's got a proper little cockpit that you can see out of. But yeah, all of those movements, they are just... Is it I call it flight controls. Yeah, they're basically just event controllers connected to the various thrusters, and when those thrusters are triggered, it'll trigger timers that change varying combinations of rotors and hinges to make all of the arms move into different positions for different directions. So he's got forwards, backwards, left, right, up, and he doesn't have a down one because he just goes into his default position for down. Yeah, there you go. Right, back to this one. In fact, now we've got those hands sorted out, let's get rid of him. There's quite a few subgrids. Make my game slow down a little bit. Oh, thank you, 88B23. Thank you very much. Right, so we've... Oh yeah, we were finishing off this hand, weren't we? That's what we were doing. Bum, 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 bum. There we go. Right, I'm going to finish off this hand, and then I'm going to have a quick break so I can nip to the toilet and go and make another cup of tea. Building that the wrong way around because I'm an idiot. So yeah, I'll finish this off. I'm going to quickly go and make another cup of tea, and then I'll come back and we'll build some more of him and try and get these arms finished off. That can be that. That can be that. Got that. And that, and that. Yeah. That can be thumb R01, that one can be thumb R02. We already named these. So that can go all the way out. That can go to minus 30. And that one can be minus 15. There we go. Got some weird looking robot hands. It's a good start. And then we can tie the movements of those arms into the warp controls so that they swing opposite the legs. Well, I'll do that in a minute because I need to go and get a look at the tea. Your controls still work. Yep, you're alive. And you're alive. Cool. Right, there we go. Right. I'll set these guys up to follow me, and I'll be back in 5 minutes. So don't go anywhere, guys. Enjoy them screwing around for 5 minutes. Okay, I am back. Ooh, we made it all the way over here. Come on then, boys. We'll head back home. We'll get this other one finished off, or we'll do some more work on him. He's not getting finished anytime soon. This one's going to take at least a few more sessions. There we go. Right. And they'll take a couple of minutes to make their way back. When they do, they'll probably crack right into whatever I'm working on. Right, so what were we doing? We were doing these arms. We were trying to figure out how we should shape them. Well, for a start, they have got armor paneling. It's the same colour as everything else. Where's that other picture? There it is. Okay, let's start with this one, because it's the same way around as that picture. Let's have a little think. What to do. Okay, well, for a start, let's... a little bit of an angle in there. That in like that, and then let's just have a row of blocks down like that for the moment. Then we could do something like that, perhaps. Push that all the way out so the rotor head doesn't scrub on the end of that block. Yeah, that might work. We could have similar thing going on that side. Yeah, not too bad actually. And then that's actually got a little bit of a buff kind of thing that sticks out back there. We can try and work in. What other shapes can we try and squeeze into this? We could also possibly, pardon me, get away with that, and that kind of gets the 30-ish degree bend in the arm that kind of looks like it has. Yeah, okay. And then the whole thing is quite boxy and square, so I don't need to really worry about trying to round it off like the legs. It's actually more like the more like the lower half of the legs than the upper half. Yeah, okay. So in that case, we can just mirror mode this, really. Do that. That. Put them in there. might take the end of that, I haven't decided yet. Oh no, in fact, actually it will be like that because it doesn't taper at all. We can do that, and then we can do that and that. That and that. Got that. 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 Something a bit more like that. I can tell from the reference images that I've got on the screen, but not too bad. What's that distance? 1, 2, 3, 4. The proportions are about right though. I'm going to stick with that for now. If I need to make the arms a bit longer, it's not that hard to chop them off and glue some stuff back on. Cool. Okay. Right, let's get rid of those pictures. Oh, hey, Chad P. How are you doing? With sexy thighs like that, this mech should be a model. Yeah, he has got quite chunky thighs, hasn't he? But that's just what they look like from the reference pictures I was going for, so... Oh yeah, that's why I left the backs of the legs open, because they are kind of open, and I needed to figure out what I want to do with that. Yeah, chunky thighs on robots. G-Man might have some weird fetishes going on. Right, so these arms have actually got a groove down the centre here. So we'll replace that with some half blocks. Yeah, we'll just do it like that for a moment. Oh, they've actually got the same thing going on the back of the arm too. It's a groove either side. Does that go all the way up to the elbow? It does. Okay, in that case... In that case, I am going to extend this by a block. Hello, tiny cat, are you back again? That was the wrong thing. Put that there, put that there, put that there, put that there. Yep, go on, onto my lap. There we go. I'll do it like that. And then maybe something like that for the moment. And that way I can actually get a nice line of half blocks into this gap and still taper it up here without those pipes getting in the way. Fantastic. That looks nicer. I'll have that there, I'll have that there. Groovy. That looks a bit nicer. Yeah, sweet. Right, let's copy what we've done here over to the other side. What have we done? We've done 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 6 blocks either side of here. We've got a pair of wedges. And some more wedges there. Oop, wrong one. There we go. Yeah, groovy. And then we've got a line of them going all, oop, not that far. Going down to there. Yep, that was the one. And we got that. And we got that. And then that, and that, and much more of them. Groovy. Right. That, and then a bunch of them. I've gone too far with that. Have I? Let's actually, yeah, let's do that. Like that. Let's do the same thing here. So that will be black, and that will be that. Groovy, basic arm design. Oh, what was like you saying, Chad? You was going to say, if I weren't trying to replicate a pick, give it some elbow spikes. And then teach it hand-to-hand combat style. What, some Guyver elbow spikes? Not for this design, but maybe for some others. He does have some kind of thing strapped to one of his arms, though. Oh, he's got a shield in one of the pictures I've got. Yeah, I'm still debating on whether to do the shield or not. But he does have a shield that's strapped to him. Oh, the boys are back. Right, come over here. You're both getting in the way. You're both just getting in the way of each other now. Come on. Come on. I need to squeeze a few more gyroscopes in them for the AI so they can turn a bit quicker. Come on. Turn around. There you go. Move away from the thing that I'm working on. Idiots. There we go. Right. Both of you get away from that and get turned off. There we go. Fantastic. Right, so, oh. Bollocks. I forgot to build a rotor in his arms, in his elbows, because I'm an idiot. Right, you can go. You can get copied. Build a shield with a hand grip and a rack to hold the shield when not in use. Possible. Complicated, but possible. Right. I need to get a rotor in here. I completely forgot about that. Or do I actually? Because you haven't actually got... oh yeah. That looks like a spot. Yeah. Yeah, he does have some other point of articulation in his arms. Because otherwise he's only going to be able to aim left and right as far as that rotor can move, that hinge can move. Nuts. I nearly forgot something. Bugger. Right. Okay. We will remove 2 blocks from there. 3, 4. That's still a 5 block gap. Yeah, we'll do that. We'll chop that out of there. Boom. Oh, I knew I forgot something. That can go there. Yeah, there it is. Then we can have a rotor. Might be able to paste this hinge back on properly. That might be a slight issue. We'll see what happens. I'm usually not happy about oh. Yeah, that's going to give me crap about trying to move that. Let's bring that up a limit. That bit. It's going to give me crap about trying to paste on a subgrid, isn't it? Yes, it is. Right, fine. Oh, stupid schoolboy error. Oh well. Just have to put that on. Which way around was that hinge? Yeah, that way. Copy of that, and hopefully didn't need to delete that bit. Hopefully we can just paste that onto the end of the hinge. There we go. That's fine. We can deal with that. Yeah, that should be fine. Right, let's do the same thing over here. Yep. So let's take out 1, 2 of them. Either side. Make a copy of that. Oh. Obviously, I need to put the new rotor on. Correct. There we go. Right. Back to where we were. Did I do anything with that? No, I didn't. Okay, let's figure out some actual limits for this arm then. Oh, hey Marcus, how you doing, man? Yeah, let's call that minus 45 for the moment. Minus 45. Or max 0. Share inertia sensor. If it's a bit of torque in arm rotors, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 makes a million. Look, madam, if you insist on sitting on my right arm, which uses my mouse, you're going to get moved every 2 seconds. My cat is stupid. She insists on sitting in the worst possible place. And there's a lot of things that need to have a share inertia sensor put on there, and we upgrade a little bit, like that, for a start. We'll call that 5 million for now. So it's going to end up taking quite a bit of weight. That's arm rotor left, arm hinge, that's already got it set up. Arm rotor left elbow. Share inertia sensor on that. Call that a million for now. Limits. We'll start small. There we go. Right, everything's supporting its weight a little bit better then. Left elbow. What's that? One of your cats just transitioned from laying on you to his bed in your office since he knows you're about to start doing stuff. Yeah! One of my cats. She is... I call her the separation anxiety cat. She has to be with me at all, pretty much any given moment. She has to be within 6 feet of me. If I go into a different room, she follows me. If I sit down, she climbs on me. If I don't pay attention to her, she squawks at me. And honestly, she behaves like a handbag most of the time. She just drapes herself across one of my arms and then just goes dead weight. Right. Arm hinge. Left elbow. Alright, that seems a little bit more sensible. Right, this wrist is doing weird stuff because I've chopped it off. Let's sort that out. So where's 0? 0 is about there. So again, we'll start small. We'll call that 10 either side. We'll just push that out all the way. Share inertia sensor on. Again, we'll call that a million torque. That's going to be arm, rotor, left hand. And then we've got the hinge. Arm hinge, left hand. I'll put that on there. And this one, I'm only going to give it half a million, not 5 million. It's pretty much right at the end of the subgrid chain, so it shouldn't be too bad. Sitting in the worst possible place is cat behaviour for pay attention to me. It certainly is, Chad. It certainly is. Yeah, let's call it 10 degrees for now. We can screw around with the limits a bit more later on. Velocity in there, so that does that. That does that. Groovy. Okay, let's copy some of that across then. So that's already set up, but with the wrong name, because I forgot to change it. Right shoulder, right shoulder. These are all basically the same at the moment, so we'll paste that onto there. Call it right elbow, reverse it so it's the other way. Copy all. Paste that onto there. So that is a right elbow. Hang on, I saw wobbling then. Yeah, that's because I haven't set that up properly. Yeah, that'll be a little bit more rigid. So elbow, elbows, they're all done. Copy all. And rotor right hand. Let that spin around and figure out where it wants to be. There we go. Much better. Copy all. Paste that onto there, and that's going to be the right hand hinge. Groovy. Right. And we did all the fingers and thumbs earlier, didn't we? Yes, we did. Right. So, I want to tie those, these arms into the walk cycle so that they will move in conjunction with the arms. But let's have a quick look at those arm rotors. Arm has 1A, arm rotor left shoulder. So when that is a negative value, it is back, and a positive value, it is forward. Cool. So what we can do is go to our walk controls, and the ones that do the legs can also do the arms as well. Rotor S, there we go. LS, so when the light turns on, the leg moves forward, we want the arm to move backward. So we'll go with -7, because that's the same velocity as the arm. Oh no, I've got that wrong. We don't want him walking like that. That's how you walk when you're screwing around. We want that to be the opposite way around. I always get that mixed up. Oh, yeah, because the rotor's been mounted differently, I think. There we go, that's the one. And that elbow hinge needs a little bit more power. You can see it wobbling as it moves. And we can do... Oh. Then we can do same thing in the right hand control. That one. That's going to be... What's that going to be? That's going to be minus. -7. And 7. Not the right way round. That's the right way round. Might actually make them a little bit slower so that they are... so that animation's a little bit smoother. Where is it? There it is. Yeah, there we go. L, S. Which way was possible? 6 and 6. That way. Around. Nope. I always get that wrong. To be honest, it might be better off at 5. Yeah, we'll change it to 5 instead. Where is it? There it is. Is it minus and positive? No, it's not. It's positive minus. I will remember it properly eventually. Set velocity positive minus. Yeah, I like it. At that speed, a little bit better. Right, so we need to do the same thing there. Cool. Right, and then walk reset when he stops walking. We will also add in some controls for those arms. So we'll do those first. So that is currently, yeah, that wants to be set velocity minus, set velocity positive. They want to be set velocity positive. And that will make the shoulders all retract back to there when he stops walking. Yeah, there we go, like that. Groovy. And then we just need to add those same controls into reverse. So where are they? What was it? It was positive minus, wasn't it? S. set velocity 5, set velocity -5. S set velocity -5 and set velocity 5, because it's the opposite way round, so hopefully I've not got that wrong. Nope, there we go. The arm movement is now tied into the reverse controls, and it all resets back to there. Groovy. Cool. Right. Arm controls. Fantastic. Right, that elbow was looking a little bit weak, wasn't it? Let's give you 2 million instead. We'll do the same with you as well. There we go. The arms are much less wobbly. Fantastic. Right. You can go. I'll keep a different backup version. I'll delete these arms that we don't need. Test again. I'll keep forgetting to change that beacon. Yeah, that's not too bad. Still lots of little tweaks that can be made here and there, but he's walking, he's upright, his arms are swinging correctly. He can reset back to 0. He can walk backwards. And not fall over. Groovy. Right, I'm pretty happy with him so far. Well, that clanging sound on his legs is annoying me slightly. I think it might be because some part of his leg isn't quite heavy enough. I think I need to add a little bit more mass to the bottom of these legs. They are quite hollow. Speaking of which, I've got pictures here. They are... No, they're pretty much entirely filled in and they just have a little ridge at the back. Kind of like the arms. Okay, that's easy enough. So we fill that in there. Down to there. Actually, no. Leave that bit back open. It'll come down like that. But we'll make it that colour to match that. We'll have that go all the way up through the bottom of the leg. So it's a little bit better supported. There we go, something like that. Oop, wrong one. Yeah, something like that doesn't look too bad for the moment. Yeah, we'll fill all of that, that in, fill that in, fill that in. And then it's got a little ridge thing poking out down the back of the leg. Let's make that out of beam blocks. We could have one of those like that, one of those, we'll have it go all the way up into here. Take the mirroring off, which is confusing. Where's the... there it is. The beam end there. There's the regular beam block. Like that. Yeah, for the moment we'll just do that. Yeah, jiggle, jiggle, jiggle. Where is the... there it is. Well, that's down to there, then have that, and we can have that. Oop, that's the wrong button. Right, the backs of these thighs are a complicated looking affair, but we will we'll start by getting that up at least. Where's that collect the blocks? Oh, because I've done a hole. Oh, right, I see. That's why it's got it for blocks. Because it has actually got extra blocks all the way up. Yeah. Right. Okay. Probably a good idea to have a little bit more protection in there. Oh, yeah, I see why. Yeah, I'll just have to do that. What I can do about that. Might change that. Right, back of these legs. What can we do? They are open and not completely rounded off like they are at the front. It's all a bit exposed. What can we do with it? Do something like that. That was pretty good. Yeah, I'll mostly have to do. There's not much more I can do with the block options I've got. Let's fill those gaps in. I actually want to leave this gap all the way down the side. And then the backs of the legs. Better picture. Oh, actually. Yeah, they're quite chunky and actually stick out quite a way. Okay, right, let's have a look at this then. So that'll be the armour. Now that's come all the way down to there. Yeah, let's do. Just try doing. It's got like a little ridge thing kind of going on. Don't want it to get in the way of that hinge. Will we do something along the lines of that at the moment? That is not what I was expecting. There we go. We can have that, and we can have that. So we'll be clear of that hinge, so we can actually move. Okay. Row blocks in there. And it looks like it tapers out a bit, so we do something like that. How high does that go? That looks like it. So I'm going to have to redo the end of this. It looks like it comes out at least that far in the picture I've got. Yeah, something like that. Actually. I think that's a little bit too high, so we will go with that, and that, and that, and that. And that looks a little bit more like the picture I've got. Do you not like that bit there? Oh. Let's delete it on that one. We'll put that back. Do that like that, that looks nicer. Yeah. Yeah, that looks about right to me. Fine, we'll do that again. So we are going... We're doing... mirror mode first. Let's make this easier. One of them there. What was that one? That was in line with that. So that's going there. That's going all the way to there. Yep. Then we've got that either side. I do need that one. And what have we got here? We've got... yeah, something like that. Oh, then that last one there. What can we do about this bit here? Oh, I know what we can do about that bit there. Blend that a little bit with a couple of blocks like that. Yeah, that looks better. No, I'm going to leave that gap there for now. Right, is there any more kind of details in the back of here I can squeeze in? Well, it has got some kind of weird funky things on the backs of the legs. Between the legs and the thighs. They're slightly covering this, so let's try. Let's try and figure that out. Come down past the bottom of that by a little bit. We'll go with that. Go with some of that. Like, start that there. Yeah, a bit more like that, and then comes up to about there. And then it looks like it's actually got more of that kind of shape at the back. And then that kind of shape at the front. Yeah, I don't think that looks too bad for the moment. A little bit better. Now what time are we on? 3 hours and 20 minutes. Oh, that's not too bad. Probably do at least another hour. What time are we on? It's only 9 o'clock at night. Yeah, we'll do at least another hour. Tinkering about with some of these things. Right, so as we've got a bunch of little odd things on the legs. On his thighs. About here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Oh, that's a convenient number. Means I can, yeah. I want to cut 3 holes in there. That either side. 1, 2, 3. I might try and do the same thing that I've done on Rex and add in a bunch of little tiny flare launcher turrets, because those things are all independent. They can act independently. They have their own little control setup. As you can see, they can all aim independently. There we go. You can also fire as well. So, yeah, I might do that on here. And then I've got to figure out where to add a whole bunch of turret controllers. We've got lots of space in his upper torso. We do also need to work out a conveyoring system. Although the arms aren't actually important because they're not actually piped up to anything. We do need to get the head connected up. Yeah, we'll figure that out later. Okay. Right then. Yeah, so let's pop some little rotors in there. Facing. There we go. 1, 2, 3 of those tucked in there, either side. It's that facing. There we go. 3 of them tucked in there. And then we can pop a couple of hinges on. Yeah, do something like that. Now the question is, do we want to design them same as them, so they tuck in nicer, but they have a limited range, or yeah, limited targeting range? Or do we do it slightly differently? Let's do it slightly differently. I like mixing things up. Yeah, so we'd have those on there. like that. Well, they're actually a little bit longer at the back than they are at the front, so yeah, we'll do that. And then, where are my guns? There they are. Or do we want to be ridiculous and give him... No, because he's got the radome spot, hasn't he? I'm going to turn that into a... Yeah, nah, sod it. No, we will do it with the flare launchers, because I'm going to put rocket launchers on him in a different place, so it doesn't really matter. Where's it gone? There we go. Yeah, so let's put that back. We will do flare launchers here. Come on. There we go. Yeah, we'll do flare launchers. Make sure they're all facing the same direction. From top to bottom. One. Yeah. Oh, that's not too bad. Looks like there's a... Ooh, what's the clearance on the arm going to be like? That should be alright, actually. Can always move the arm out more if we need to. So honestly, that's probably going to face in while it's walking. Yeah, so let's make that stick out a little bit more, and let's give that some more strength because that blatantly struggled then. Just copy all the details except for the name because it's quicker. There we go, much better. Yeah. What did I call them? They were just flare hinges and flare rotors, weren't they? That's fine. So that's going to be flare rotor. Oop, already got the word rotor there. Flare rotor L01. What did I do with those? Well, it's probably not going to matter because they're more compact. 1645, 40, yeah, that doesn't matter at all, because they are completely different. We'll just go with 10 and 10 for now. See what that looks like. We'll give that a little bit more torque. And we'll push that all the way out. Make that scrubless. So copy that, paste it onto there. 02, reverse it. Oh, we could probably get more out of that, to be honest. Yeah, let's call it 15 either side. Let's see what that's like. 15. 15, 15. Yeah, that'll do. I'm happy with 15 degrees. Cool. Right, so copy that. copy, paste. That can be number 3. That can be flare hinge L01. Put share inertia tensor on that to stop it wobbling. Give it a little bit more torque. And I'll go with 15 and 15 again, probably. See what that's like. Oh, put a lock on like an idiot. Probably more than that, actually. About 20. Go even further. 25 and 25. Yeah, we'll go with that for now. Copy. Did I do everything I want to do with it? Yeah, copy all. Copy, paste. That can be number 2. That can be number 3. And then we can copy all of that to the other side. Copy all, copy, paste, copy. Oop. Don't forget to change numbers, or it gets confusing. Try to program it later. Right, then we can copy the hinges. R01, R02, and R03. And it would probably help if we name them as well. So flare 1, or L01. L02, L03, we've got the right hand ones, got the paste 1, and number 3. Right, fantastic. Yeah, that looks pretty decent. Okie dokie. What's that to do with that? I had lights on them to indicate they were active. And also, I want to try and cover those connectors because I hate being able to see them. I just don't like them. Yeah, let's do that. Do me. I can't see the yellow bit. And last one. There we go. Right, that covers the horrible yellow bits mostly. But, yeah, can't really do anything about those bits. Right, what other greebles can we do? Well, the tops of these arms need a little bit more work, don't they? Oh, there's a tiny cat behind me again. What can we do with these arms? What's going on with these arms? These arms. Yeah, they're armoured up with that same colour. So what can we do? We can, for a start, do that. Yeah, next thing we've got this round bit at the top that needs to stay round. I'll just fill that in for now. Ooh. There's definitely some shapes going on here. Yeah, definitely some shapes going on there. Like that. What have we got at the back? The back we've got the back. Ooh, actually, it looks more like. Get it the right bloody way round. Looks more like that. Then some of, where is it? There it is. Something like that. Now the next angle's really shallow and I'm not going to be able to do it, so we will just go with that. That's about as close as I'm going to get it, I think. Oh, hey, Angry Drunk Opossum. So you're working on the Phantom Pain Metal Gear Sahelanthropus. Honestly excited to see it, but are you planning on how to do the whip or just building physical stuff? At the moment, I'm just trying to get the thing up and running with the basic stuff that comes with him, like his shoulder-mounted stuff. The peripheral things like the whip and the shield and stuff like that will be something separate. I might try and attempt them once I've got everything else in place. Because I've done big mechs with weapons and stuff that they carry. But it's usually a good idea to just get the basic stuff working first and then try and add ridiculous nonsense like that later, a little bit further down the line. You know what? I don't like that, I don't like that, I don't like that. Let's move that down a block. And have it like that. Let's a bit more flat and less pointy, I can actually join it up on this side. Yeah, that's... What? Take that out of there. And swap it for that. And that. That, and then I can just stick armor plates across the side of there. And I can still make the ridge down the middle of the arm. Cool. Right, we'll do it like that. So yeah, that can get filled in. Put some armor plate over that. Put some armor plate over this. Where are my square plates? There they are. Let's also... Ooh, actually... Let's do that and that. Ooh, no. Do that and that. That and that. And then maybe stick a different texture on those plates. Yeah, like all of that. Cool. Oh yeah, and then we need to fill the back of this in. That can get filled in. I'm not too worried about that. That needs an armor plate. Or, actually, instead of an armor plate and hiding it, let's stick a cap on it. With a little bit of detail tucked in there. Yeah, I like that. And I might even do the same thing there. What's that? I'm going to pass some good point, keep that in mind. It's all the back stuff going to be subgrid or backpack. The shoulder stuff will probably just be subgrid attachments, like these guys. But any handheld weapons, they will be a separate grid that can either be connected or held onto or something. I've done connector systems in the past to make the hands of robots grab onto things using connectors and rotors and merge blocks and different things, so there'll be a way of doing it. There'll definitely be a way of doing it. But yeah, I want to get all the basic things working first before then I start adding on all kinds of stuff that will make him topple over. Oh yeah, I will finish that off in a second. Let's get this other arm looking nice. So what did we do? We did all of this like that. Let's not do that. We also put some mirror mode on this thing. Then we need to fill the front and back in with that dark colour. We had one of them, one of them, one of them. Bunch of them. That. And then we just filled the sides in, didn't we? we did. Build the sides in. And what did we have at the back? We had the slope block pieces. That's the one. One of them. One of them. Cube, and then some more 2x1s. Yep, that was it. In what way did we orientate them? Stripes facing down. Yeah, so like that. Fantastic. Cool, and then we can cover those conveyor bits over. There's some of them. There's one on the back here. There we go. And then we need to cover up the sides of these arms, and we'll do that with that same armor skin. Where's the square one's gone? Oh, there they are. Mirror mode. Do you have any mirror mode on this arm? Not. Yeah, we'll do that on that either side. And then what can we do here to blend this a little bit more, make it look a bit cooler? What can we do? Do that and that. Ah, where are we? There we are. There. And there. That'll do for now. Cool, he's looking much better already. Now, I shove those batteries up there because I didn't know where else to put them. Oh, what's that? Angry Drunken Possum, you have been trying to work on a build, and I've been scared, wondering if it's possible to attach separate hinges and rotors to builds with rotor heads and such, because I remember seeing it done before. Yeah, you can have moving parts detach and attach and stuff like that. Where's my old Gundam thing that I worked on and never ended up finishing or publishing? The RX-78, is it that one? No, it's that one, I think. I think I showed this off in one of my other streams. This is a really early test dummy for a Gundam. He's completely out of proportion. His legs are far too small, his arms are far too small. His head's not too bad, but he's just generally too small. But this is something I did when event controllers first became a thing. Bum 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 bum. Is it that one? Sword arm left. Right, so basically this dude has got a connector and a rotor in each hand, and that corresponds to the connector and the rotor head on these swords, and it's got an event controller that detects when those two connectors join, and when it detects that, it attaches that rotor head to that rotor. Like so. So the arm goes up, it swings into position, it detects that connector, and then it detaches the arm and turns on the projector. And then you've got a laser sword. And then we can put it back again. And then it detects something else, and then reattaches that rotor and hinge, and detaches that one and puts it all back again. So it is possible to do things like that. Oh, what's that, Drunk Possum? You love the Gundam, and the smaller Gundam than normal is very impressive. Yeah, it was mostly just a proportioning issue. I think it was my first attempt at making a Gundam. The torso I'm quite happy with. I think that's all pretty well proportioned. It's just everything else is too short. The arms are too short, the legs are too short. The head's not too bad. But yeah, he's just got little stubby legs. But yeah, it is entirely possible to make attaching and detaching things with rotors and hinges and things and not have them completely explode. You've just got to get your timings right. I suggest doing it with damage turned off while you're experimenting, so that if something does go wrong, it doesn't catastrophically explode. Right, so what are we on? We're on nearly 4 hours. I'm probably going to wrap this up in about half an hour or so. But we'll do a little bit more greebling on this dude. Try and get a few more details in. So we've got the arms in. We've got the backs of the legs, which I'm fairly happy with now. What other little details? Look at. Oh, there you go, actually, while we're at it, and while we were talking about them, and Kojima's weird session with phallic guns, let's finish off his. So, I need conveyor connections to get from... Actually, let's make it that colour. I need to get from down here up to the rest of the body. And there we go, corner piece. We'll leave that out for now so I can see what I'm doing. We'll need to get in there. A look at what's going on, what room we've got to play with. So we've got a block of space under there, that's fine. It's actually more room than I thought I'd left myself. That's right, we need to get there. There. Oop. Build that there. If I build anything in this gap, it is almost certainly going to scrub. Where is it? Or one block gap there. Oh, hang on. I think I left myself that space on purpose. I stick that in there? Do you scrub? No, you don't. Fantastic. Okay. Okay, so we'll bring this out a little bit. We'll bring it in, rather. That can connect up to there. And clear of that, and we can just go straight over the top of that. If we take that out, put that in its place, and then we can do some things there. What can we do from there? We go up to that, which is in the way. Where are we going from there? Ah, okay. I see. Right. That back. Oh. Yeah, okay. Oh, yeah. Want an exposed conveyor there. What can we do about that? Bloody anime mechs and weird shapes. We could, in theory, do that. Put that out, maybe? Yeah, because then we can fill that back in with that block. Do that so I can see the actual conveyor line. And now I've not screwed it up. There we go. Right. Okay, and then we've just got a clear run straight up the top. Fantastic. And that can plug into the head. Cool. And that's the head weapons plugged in to the lower half of the body. Theory. Down to here. Then we can. Then we can add that into there. And everything turns green, so it's all connected up now. Cool, right, that's that bit. And to be honest, I'll probably put 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 to the blank gap. Put a docking connector there. Yeah, we can run conveyor line. Right through here. That out. That out. Ugh. Not to take that out. Take that out. Yeah, could add an adapter there, but I'd rather keep the space available in case I need it for something else. And that's connected. Cool. We can fill that back in. Got a little bit of an exposed port there. And we could just do something like that to cover it up at the bottom for the moment. Then we can take that, cover that gap back up. There we go, we've got a way of getting stuff into the mech now. Sweet. Right, the rest of this gun. What sort of settings did I use on these ones? Doesn't matter because they've got a control that returns them to 0 anyway. So it doesn't matter. What kind of gun do we want to use? You've got the Gatling gun. I've just put Gatling guns on all of them, haven't I? Yeah, we'll do another Gatling gun. And it's more like this design, to be honest. Yeah, we'll do something like that. So, where are my guns? There they are. Stick a Gatling gun on there. That's not the way I've done it on here, is it? How have I done this? Oh, I see how I've done that. Right. Oh yeah, got a vent at the back. Right, scrap that. Air vent. Put on there. Where's my guns? There we go. We're going to have that like so, and then we can put that on there. That can go on there, and we can get a little bit of ammo storage in there. How many did I put in this one? Is it just the one? No, I'll put in two. Put in two. Let's copy that. We had one. And we had two. I want to armour it up similar, but not exactly the same. It is a little bit different. Well, I've got another picture of it to look at. Oh, it is quite different actually, that picture. It's actually completely different from what I've done. It's nothing like that at all. That can come right off. It's actually almost like that, but side mounted. Kind of like that, but it's also got a thing on this opposite side, which would appear to be the camera unit. Okay. Okay, let's do this. Let's do this completely differently. How should we do it? We will do corner conveyor. Yeah. Got an idea. We'll do corner conveyor, corner, T-piece, ammo containers, and the gun can sit on top of here. Like that, and then that's going to have... Oh, it's not going to have that, because that's the whole point of doing this thing this side. It's got a little camera unit on the opposite side. Yeah. But it looks like it sticks out a block even further upon closer inspection. Let's do that side, and then what could we do for the side? We could do a beam block to cover that up, and then we can build camera unit on the side of that. And that would need to be corner piece again. And we could be able to copy that again. And then this thing is just a couple of blocks. It looks kind of the same sort of size and shape, but not quite as long, so we'll do 2 blocks like that, 2 blocks like that. Then there's a bit of a wedge shape going on, another block. With a camera kind of thing, it looks like. And then we can cover this bit up in the middle. With what we do? What could we do? Ooh, I've got an idea. Do that, and we'll have one of them on the back so we can still see the details. That. And do that to cover that in the middle a little bit more. That's going to get some armor paneling so that can stay as it is. That'll do for now. Let's put some armor plating on the side of this. What shape is this gun? Looks like it kind of tapers. Do something like that. Something like that, and then no, we'll do it like that. Where has it gone? That the right one? Where's the right one? I have another one there, and another one. Oop. Another one there and there. And the end of the barrel. And the barrel. I'll just take that colour for now. Has got what looks like that sort of thing going on. Yeah, we can armour straight across the top of that. Where's my square panels gone again? There they are. We'll go clean across the top of that. Yeah, groovy. Then we can add a little bit of structural support in there. Like so, and then we could just use some armour blocks to finish that bit off. We need to get a light on there as well. Oh, you know what I might just do? I might just do that. Targeting light. Yeah. And then these things actually come out at the back as well a little bit. And it's got a bit of a round thing on it. Really be able to replicate that. Am I? Not particularly. Damn. What if I take that out and I change it to that one, so it's the other way around, the same colour. I'll probably blend it a little bit then. Oh, we've got a big gap on the bottom. Because we do have round panels. I very rarely use. So we do something like that, and then we could just fill it in with round blocks. That. And actually take that out, because we are going to fill the back of this out a little bit more. With that. And that. That. No. That. 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 That looks a little bit better. Yeah, so we'll make that match. Oh, okie dokie. Right, that can get to be Gatling rotor. And what kind of limits we want for that? 25 and 25. Give it a little bit more braking torque. Doesn't need that. Yeah, I might actually have to bring that in, because as soon as I pitch that forwards, it's going to clang into that. Yeah. Oop. Didn't mean to do that. Didn't mean to do that. Yeah. Okay. We'll redo that. We'll bring that in a bit. So we've actually got a little bit more clearance to aim down. There we go, we can actually aim down now. Fantastic. So what's that? That's minus 24. Call it minus 25. Air inertia tensor. A bit more torque. Yeah, that's not too bad. And then on the way back up, minus 25 degrees might be a bit too much. Oh no. Nope, 25 degrees is fine. Could actually make that go much further. Let's try 45. Oh, no, there we go. 45 is too much. It'll clang there. That's no good. What about 35? No, 35 is too much. We'll just set it back to 25 either side. That'll have to do, unless I want to reshape all the things, which I don't, so that'll be fine. Right. Gatling target light. Red, short range. Gatling. I can just get renamed to that. Ammo container 2, I think. That must be the second one. Yep. Yeah, so that'll be number 1. I'll actually copy the details, thank you. There we go. Right, that's that. We should have, because I just copied the head off Rex. Bayonet head, rocket launcher, Gatling gun. Yeah, cool. So I've got all the bits I actually need. Neck. Rail cannon. Rear camera. I don't have one of them. But I'm also going to have to build a few more controllers somewhere else for the arms. But we'll do that later. Right, let's sort this Gatling gun out for now, and then I'm probably going to call it quits, because that's been nearly 4.5 hours. So what are we on? Gatling gun. There we are. So that should all mostly be set up from last time. We just need to find all the Gatling bits. Gatling rotor, Gatling... Gatling hinge. Where are you? Did I even name you? No, I didn't. That'd be why. Gatling hinge. Yeah, that's right. Gatling controller. There we go. So many things that need renaming. Gatling elevation. Gatling hinge, there you are. Gatling camera. Gatling gun. Actually, I might change it to an auto cannon, but I'll do that later. Because I've got Gatling guns in the head. May as well get some ammo variation in there. Yeah, we'll change that to an autocannon later, but we'll set up like this for now. I'm going to call it quits in a moment. Let's turn that on. Roll it. Up and down are wrong, left and right are wrong, obviously. Minus 20, minus 20. Go. That seems to work. Are any of the controls still in this thing? That's on and off. That's on and off. I'd like to see me build one of these in the style of Metal Gear, but my own custom design. I might do it at some point. I found that building replicas of stuff is a really great way to learn how to achieve certain shapes and how to get your head around how to do stuff. When I first started making mechs, I tried to just do my own ideas straight off the bat, and you get lost very easily in what you actually want to do and what shapes you want to actually try and achieve. Whereas if you've got a design in front of you that you're looking at that you can kind of try and match, I find it a bit easier doing it that way. Yeah, so there's stuff that needs replacing in there. What did I do for the Gatling control in your head? Lights on and off, camera, action on and off. Set limits on the rotor. And that was it. Right, that's fine. That is easy enough. I've got a light, I've got a camera, I've got a gun, that's fine. Gatling on and off. So, where were we? We were there. Gatling light on and off. Camera on and off. Action on and off. Gatling rotor, we want to set that to minus 25 and positive 25. And also reset the velocity in case of weird stuff. Bum 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 bum, and then that can rotate to angle 0 at 5 degrees in whatever direction it needs to. And that one, if I've set it up properly, should just be set velocity to -5, I think. So, where are my old controls? That's the head. That's that Gatling gun. One. Stop doing that. That's the one. On and off. There we go. There we go. That do. Oh, that didn't quite work properly. Ah, there we go. Right. So that turns on. And then I can control it. And all the angles are set correctly. And its AI is switched on. So it's trying to target stuff down there. When I turn it off, it resets. Let's turn that AI off. Let's control it myself. Leave it up there. Turn it off. There we go. Cool. Right. That works. That's the first of many weapons that I've got to figure out for this thing. There's a twin head MG model. That would be interesting. That would be. Oh, hello, Proto Eden. Sorry, I didn't see your messages. Don't know about you, but AC6 kind of disappointed me with many design aspects. The big rigs were the saddest ones. I quite liked the production design in Armored Core 6. I quite liked it, to be honest. It's a shame you didn't. What's that, Chad? With a custom design, you can throw in odd bits like exhaust pipes and things. Yeah, there's all sorts of stuff you can do like that. In fact, he's got some exhaust pipes on the side of here for when the railgun's charging. And Proto Eden, is that a dick turret? Basically, yes. If you look closely at every single Metal Gear design, they all have some kind of gun mounted between their legs. Every single one. Some of them are more subtle, and some of them are more obvious than others, but yeah, if you go and look at any of the official artwork or any of the actual in-game models, they all have a penis gun. Like I said. Codpiece, yeah. Yeah, call it a codpiece gun. That's probably slightly more YouTube friendly. But yeah, Kojima's a weird guy. All his robots have guns between their legs. If you're wondering why that is, go and ask Hideo Kojima. I'm sure you'll get a straight answer out of the man. Right, one last little test before I knock off for the night. So I'm now quite hungry. Need to go and make some food. I did not, however, mean to do that. Balance, control, let's set you to the correct beacon so that you're not going to fall over. Then we can put you down once again. There you go, AI is making sure to keep it balanced. And we can now walk around. Groovy. What happens if I turn the head on? Do I do any of that? Oh no, none of that's set up yet. Oh, in fact, actually, would I set that up? Head. Do. Let's see if we can get that kicking into action quickly. Head rotor. Oh, it's all set up. Why did it not turn on? Oh, it did. It's AI, just not active. There we go. Yeah, he's got a AI-controlled head, which we can control ourselves if we want to. Turn those guns off, so the AI will stop shooting everything. Then we've got our little penis gun down there, which is a bit weird. And if we start to fall over, the AI controls will catch us and put us back in the middle. Yeah, he's not working too badly. We can turn that gun off, and we can turn the head off, and it returns back to normal. Cool. Right, that's some pretty good progress. You can. The Rex cockpit was always a terrible design. Mech cockpits have always been kind of terrible. The Evangelion liquid tube inserted from the back actually made sense. Yeah, I haven't watched Evangelion in a long time. What else is that? Have you ever seen the Emerson Tongues Tank Head series? I've seen bits and pieces of it online. I've never actually watched any of it, or I'm sure it has an anime, a manga as well, doesn't it? I am aware of Tankhead. I have not actually watched any of it or read any of it properly. But there's so many different mech related things out there now that it's hard to keep up with them all. But yeah, I'm quite happy with that. Liquid means you can hyper-oxygenate, and the rear insertion means you can focus on armor at the front. Yeah, it does. Does make a bit more sense like that. But yeah, I'm gonna knock off for the evening now, because that's been, 4.5 hours. It's now 10:30 where I am, so I'm hungry and I'm a bit tired and I need to chill out for a bit. But we've built him some arms and some hands, and we finished off his legs. We got the head and the codpiece gun set up. So yeah, we made some decent progress on this guy. Turn those guns off. Oh, click on the wrong one. I did click on the wrong one. Those guns I want to turn off. There we go. Yeah, target me, follow me around. That's pretty good. Right, I'm happy with that. So, cool. I'm going to leave that there for a bit. So, thank you for watching. Thank you for chatting, as always. Next weekend will be another episode of Mech Yard, which I've almost sorted out. and should be up for channel members in a couple of days. And I might do another build stream midweek at some point. So, yeah, thanks for watching. Thanks for chatting. I will see you all next time. So, goodbye for now.